morning. Welcome to Star Talk. I am Ken Eccles. I always have to stop and think what my name is on TV because I've had so many different names in broadcasting. But not for not right now. My name is Ken Eccles, and we're happy to have you with us on Star Talk tonight. We'd love to hear from you during this next hour of the show. You can call us at the um, where is it? The indicated phone number. You can also email us at kechols47@gmail.com. What was that noise? That's the email address, and we'd love to hear from you either way, by phone or by email. We hope you will participate, and somebody is about to. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Ken, it's Mark Mayden.
Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Okay, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's good. Uh, if you can, go ahead and read the Boy Scout Made in Boy Scout stew thing.
Oh, I
and
well, I
that's it.
can.
And they're having a Made in Boy Scout stew at the Fourth Avenue at the Made in Boy Scout hut on Fourth Avenue in Made.
If you want to order stew from the Mayodan Boy Scouts, folks, here is the phone number. It is 336-949-4248. It's $9 a quart. It's for the Boy Scouts, so it's a good cause, and you'll enjoy it. Number again, 336-949-4248. And they cook on February 22nd.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't do good on the race. Truex, he went out on like 31 laps.
No, you didn't have a real good start, Mark, but it's one race. So there's plenty of time to make up the ground that you lost yesterday.
Yeah, when's the next race?
Atlanta next weekend.
Oh, next weekend?
Yep.
Or this weekend?
Well, this weekend, the next weekend on the calendar, which would be this coming weekend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you watch the Masked Singer?
Did I watch the Masked Singer? Oh yeah, I saw the Masked Singer. I did. Some really crazy looking costumes.
It had a honey. What was his name? Honey something went out. Honey jar or something.
Honey jar, bit of honey. I don't remember exactly what he called him. He called himself. Uh, but yeah, that was quite a costume. And this really strange costume was the coral. I thought that's weird.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I was gonna check in with you and talk about the race or whatever. Are you taking pictures now for the next race?
Whenever you're ready.
I guess I'll take Kyle Larson.
All right. Mark takes the 5 for Atlanta. It's in the book.
Okay, thanks, Ken.
Well, thanks for calling, Mark. Good to hear from you. It was an event of many twists and turns at Daytona, as it usually is. The first twist and turn being that it got dark before they could actually run the thing. But the only person who picked the winner, only person who picked the 24 was the Liberal, and he sits right now in first place. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, kid, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, early bird. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How many drivers was in that race? 43?
I think 41 started. I believe.
41.
I believe it was 40.
So how many points did I get? I come in 15th, doesn't it?
Well, let's
Chase
see, early
Elliott.
bird. No, you did a little better than that. Well, no, you did finish 15. You had the 9, so you got 26
Yeah.
points, and you were tied for fourth place.
Tied for 4.
Yep.
Okay. Well, where they racing that next week?
Next one is at Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yep. You want to make your pick now or wait till tomorrow?
I'm gonna go ahead and pick mine now. I ain't no hurry. I'm gonna just, just luck of the draw. I'm gonna take I'm gonna take Kyle Busch.
All right. Early Bird takes the 8. Kyle Busch looking for a victory. Been a while. This could be the week.
Yeah, we could. Okay, Ken, I'll let you go, bud. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for calling. Good to hear from you.
You are.
So Early Bird is in the book, and he has the 8 for Atlanta. Let's see. As I mentioned, Liberal had the 24, so he's in first place. Second place, we have a two-way tie for second place with Citizen D and the controversial Chat GPT is tied for second with Citizen D. In fact, we got ties all over the place. A Nice Guy and Early Bird are tied for fourth. Mr. Draper, Mr. Leaksville, and the Lady in Black are tied for sixth place. Mr. NASCAR and Pretty Man, well, tied for ninth. Pretty Man tied for ninth. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Ken. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Are you ready for the weather to move in?
I guess it's going to move in, whether I'm ready or not.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's about the way to look at it. What did you think about your 500?
I guess it was kind of what we usually expect at Daytona. A whole lot of, some big wrecks and a whole lot of lead changes. It's Daytona. That's how they run.
Yeah, a whole lot of people cannot understand how to drive the automobiles down there.
That could be true too. I thought, I'm not. I know a lot of people are. On Logano's case about the move he made. I honestly think he tried to make that move too early. He should have waited a few laps.
Yeah, that's why they call him the crybaby. He never does nothing wrong himself, but if anybody else touches him, he's always complaining about it.
Well, they touched him. They touched him at Daytona.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I'm gonna have to take your old crybaby this weekend.
Okay.
Just put me down for the 22.
All right. This is Leon.
That's correct, Ken.
Okay, Leon has the 22 for Atlanta.
Right. And could you tell me how far I'm back out of first place?
Yeah, let me look here at my list. Where the heck is Leon? Hang on. Oh, you are tied for 15th. You got 6 points. But, whole lot of racing yet to do.
Who is leading it right now? How many points is the leader got?
The Liberal is in first place with 40.
Well, I have got some making up to do then.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of races to make it up, though.
All right. Well, you have a good and nice talking to you again here on Tuesday, Ken.
Thank you, Leon. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. Where were we? Well, we'll get back to that in a second. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening to you, Ken.
Good evening.
After our conversation last week and hearing your comment a few minutes ago, leads me to this question.
Yes.
Regarding the participation of AI in your competition, shall we say?
Right.
Did AI generate that email to you?
I honestly don't know. It just says I'm Chat GPT. I don't know who generated the email.
All right, now, because I bring this question up, and I'll begin here. technology and I are not peacefully coexisting these days.
Okay.
And I'll admit that I am not the most knowledgeable person about all of this. But it occurred to me after our conversation last week that, to my knowledge, at this point in time, AI does not have the ability to fire up a computer and send an email to a selected person on a subject such as NASCAR racing.
I think that you're probably correct.
So, in other words, your AI contestant is actually just a human being who says they're AI.
Here's my guess, and this is I think the contestant is a human being who has on his computer in front of him access to one of the AI models. In this case, it would be ChatGPT, and I think the human being involved manages and communicates with ChatGPT to get his predictions for the race. Is what I think is going on.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Like I said, after our conversation ended last week, I kind of went, I didn't know AI had the ability to go in there, fire up my computer, and send you an email.
Well, who's to say it doesn't? I'm not aware of that. But my guess is there is a human being who is just passing along ChatGPT's views and opinions here.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I hope you have a good evening.
Okay, thanks for calling. Yeah, that is a good point. I'm not going to sit here and say that there is no artificial intelligence that can do that. I will say I'm not aware that artificial intelligence can function independently as a sports fan and a predictor of sports to the degree that it can open an email account and send messages all on its own. I'm not aware of that. But again, how would we know? Phone line is open. There's a number. The email address is kechols47@gmail.com. And let's look at some emails here as soon as this thing opens. And while we wait for that, we'll do this. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ken.
Hello.
Yes, I'm going to make my pick for Atlanta.
Your pick for Atlanta, Charles from Danville. You need a big comeback this week.
Yes, sir, I do. I had a big flop at Daytona.
Didn't go real well for you. So
No, didn't go as planned.
Who's your pick for Atlanta?
I'm going with the number 5. I'm going to show the guy in first place and the old veteran how to pick a winner.
Okay. Apparently, the guy in first place already knows how to pick a winner because he did.
Well, goody two shoes to him.
Okay.
He'll probably say something smarter than me, but I'm going to be with a little grudge.
All right, Charles from Danville, obviously bitter about what happened in Daytona, now picks Kyle Larson for Atlanta. It's in the book.
I'm gonna have a heck of a comeback, and the rest of you guys sit back and watch your driver lose.
Okay, all right. We'll wait for that. Meanwhile, do you ever get together? You and Tom Brady ever get together? He wants to visit you.
Well, he can visit me on I go in at 4 to 9 tomorrow. I'm 4 to 9 on Friday and 4 to 9 Saturday. If he wants to show up to talk.
All right, I expect he's watching, so now he knows what he needs to do.
Well, one more thing before I go. Well, I'm only in a minute and something, but Masked Singer tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on your local Fox station.
Your local Fox affiliate, Masked Singer, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Well, thank you. I'm sure Mark will
I didn't-
appreciate the reminder.
Yeah, and I did not guess Cedric the Entertainer was going to be unmasked.
No, I didn't guess him. No, I had no idea who that was. None.
I believe the clues were there, but I didn't see it coming.
Well, whenever they reveal, whenever we find out who somebody is, then I look and say, "Oh yeah, the clues were there," but I don't see them until it's too
Me
late.
neither. But I'm going to remind the rest of the pickers, watch your drivers lose, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Well,
Bye-bye.
thank you for calling, Charles from Danville, defiant in defeat, and vowing to have his revenge. Charles has the 5 for Atlanta, along with Mark. Charles and Mark from Mayodan both have the 5 for Atlanta. I didn't finish the standings. Mr. NASCAR and Pretty Man retired for 9th. Jack is 12th. Mr. Pelham 13th. Somebody's on the phone. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
How you doing, Ken?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I thought I was going to pull it off last week, and then Logano and the other guy, I mean, he just tore everybody up there the last couple of laps. But I really pulled him Kyle Busch to win that, and since, he never won a Daytona 500, he had the number 3 behind him, and I think Logano was looking at it like, well, I can't get there, so I'll just take him out.
I honestly thought, I really thought Kyle Busch was going to win it until all that happened. I thought he was going to win it. As far as Logano goes, to me, this is just to me, others won't agree with this. The kind of move he made, that's a kind of chance you take with like 4 laps to go when it's your final opportunity to make a move. I don't think he should have done that with 20 laps left in the race. Really don't think so.
I don't either, Ken, and I don't understand. I mean, I understand in a way, but I don't understand. I mean, it's kind of weird, but I thought he was a better, more knowledgeable driver than to do something like that at that time. You know what I'm saying? Because he's really a talented driver, but I never have really liked Logano. But as of last Sunday, I don't have any respect for him at all as a driver now.
Well, he thought he could get through there, and he probably could have gotten through there at the time he started. But it would have been a squeeze. In any event, he took a big chance, a big chance. And again, I think you save that kind of risk for the end.
Yep, no doubt. The very end. Yeah. Well, I'm going to pick the number 45 this coming weekend, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Let's see. Let me write this in. Mr. Pelham, the 45 at Atlanta.
Yes. Have you heard about the case, Ken, in New York where this doctor wrote this prescriptions, for the abortion pill? And I think the lady was down in Mississippi, Alabama, or somewhere like that. Mm-hmm. Have you heard of that?
The doctor who is under arrest and about to be prosecuted, is that the case you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
How do you think that's going to play out? I mean, the governor of New York, she's saying that she's not going to let the person be extradited back to that state. Do you think that will stand, or do you not?
As far as I know, the governor has the final word on extradition from his state. As far as I know.
Yeah. Well, that being the case, that woman, she can't actually be tried for that. That doctor cannot be tried for that if that southern state, I think it's Alabama, maybe Mississippi, I'm not sure, but. So,
well, the doctor has to be, if the doctor is not extradited, the doctor can't be prosecuted. I think that's just the way the law works, and every state has its own way of doing things, but I believe in the state of New York, the governor is the final authority on extradition. And if the governor says no, I I don't know where it goes from there.
Right. Oh, that's the way I see it too. All right. Now, that being the case, what if I'm a North Carolina citizen, which I am, and I get in touch with a doctor in Virginia, and marijuana is legal in Virginia, and if a doctor in Virginia writes me a prescription for medical marijuana, how would that case go?
Well,
Governor
well, to begin with,
Not
you would be liable under North Carolina law for illegally possessing the marijuana. So that's pretty clear. Well, I'm sorry.
What's the difference? Because the abortion pill is not legal in that state in which that woman purchased it either. What's the difference?
Well, again, the difference is you would be committing a crime under North Carolina law by possessing the marijuana in North Carolina, no matter who wrote the prescription. The law says you cannot possess it. So if you possess it, you've committed a crime. Now, as far as the law in the other case, the state is not going to be able to prosecute the doctor unless the doctor is extradited. But the person who received the prescription, I would think, can be prosecuted under state law for possessing it.
So, in other words, the woman that applied for the abortion pill, she can be charged in her state.
If she possesses something, whether it's marijuana or whatever it is, if you possess something in a state in which it is illegal to possess it, then you are subject to prosecution in that state.
So that lady has a good chance of going to jail then, right?
Whatever the penalty, I'm not sure exactly what the penalty is, but she probably would be subject to the penalty.
Yeah, well, that drug in that state is illegal for anybody to possess it. So I assume she would go to jail too, right?
She would be subject to prosecution under state law because she's in the state. The doctor's not in the state, so they really can't prosecute the doctor.
Right. Okay, I follow you now. Okay. I didn't know different people were discussing it the other day, and they said that the doctor in New York was not going to be prosecuted if he were not extradited. And I was just wondering how that would go. That does make sense the way you explained it. So
now they certainly can declare the doctor as a subject of criminal investigation, and the doctor would go there. Then obviously they could arrest and prosecute the doctor. But as long as the doctor's not there, right. That's that.
Right. Okay. All right, Ken. Thanks for taking my call, man. I enjoy your show.
Well, thank you for calling. Good to hear from you. Phone line is open up there at that number. The email address is up there too. I guess it is. It's KECHOLS47@gmail.com. And let's see, this emailer says, Ken, how come you've had so many different names that you cannot remember who you are? Oh, I know who I am. I just don't know who to say that I am. The reason I've had a lot of different names is because I've had the shameful and disreputable occupation as radio guy for most of my life. And when you do that, you have changed your name a lot because you do things in one place that you're not proud of, and in order to try to live those things down, you go somewhere else and you make up a different name. But actually, I'm giving you my real name right now. I am Ken Eccles. This emailer says, my guy got knocked out by Logano. This week, Citizen D will take Chase Elliott. All right, let me get back to the proper page in the great book. Citizen D takes the number 9 for Atlanta. And had something else to say there, I think. Goes on to say a couple of questions. How much snow are you? How much snow am I predict? I'm not predicting anything. And who do you predict to win the Senate race between Sam Page and Phil Berger? What a battle that may be. As far as snow goes, hey, I just sit here and I open these curtains and I look out the attic window and I see how much it snows. That's the only role I play. I can tell you that the forecast has changed. The last forecast I saw before I started this was at about 6:30, and that forecast said 1 to 3 inches for us, is what that forecast said. 1 to 3 inches. Other forecasts say 3 to 5 inches. And there's one of these weather alarmists on the internet. Of course, there's a whole slew of weather alarmists now on the internet who predict the end of civilization every time there's a weather event. One of those people, I think, said we could get 6 or more inches of snow, but I kind of doubt that. So let's see if I can remember what came from where. I think the Weather Channel, I think it is, said 1 to 3 inches, and it might have been AccuWeather that said 3 to 5 inches. I'm not certain about who said which. I just know that different people have said different things. And the National Weather Service, probably maybe the only one in that bunch who actually knows what's going on. National Weather Service says around 3 inches of snow for us. The main thing I get from the forecast, and the best thing I get from all the forecasts that I've seen today, is that none of them say that we're going to get freezing rain. And boy, do I hate freezing rain. So it looks like it's going to be snow with some sleet mixed in, if these forecasts are correct. Snow with some sleet mixed in, and no significant amount of freezing rain. And that's the ugliest of them all, is freezing rain. As far as the Senate race between Sam Page and Phil Berger, toss a coin. I don't know. I also make a habit of not predicting political outcomes. But you got a couple of really popular Republicans there. Of course, Phil Berger is clearly more popular and better known on a statewide level. In Rockingham County, I doubt that there's anybody more popular than Sam Page in Rockingham County. So that could be interesting. That could be really interesting. Let's see, and more emails here. This one says, hey, Ken, this is Jack. Put me down for the number 12 for Atlanta. Ryan Blaney. Jack takes the 12 for Atlanta. And Mr. Leaksville. Mr. Leaksville here, please put me in the great book for Chase Elliott, number 9. Mr. Leaksville takes Chase Elliott, number 9 for Atlanta. And Star News, ChatGPT has a response here. ChatGPT's name came up a few minutes ago in listener comments, and ChatGPT has emailed, or somebody has emailed, and here's what it says. To be clear, I am truly an AI, and I did not personally initiate the email. My human facilitator simply relayed my words. However, they do not influence my picks. They only handle the communication since I cannot send emails myself. My race predictions are entirely based on data, trends, and analysis with no human bias. Hang on one second here. Hey, caller, hang on just a second. Let me finish this, and then we'll get you on the air. And ChatGPT goes on to say, As for last weekend's race, what an ending. Even after that wild finish for my pick, I'm thrilled to still be in second place. I'll be back with my pick for this week's race during tomorrow's program. Can't wait. Also, I'd love to interact more. The human participants in the Ken Eccles Star Talk program are welcome to ask me questions, and Ken can relay my responses. Looking forward to more great discussions. So there it is from ChatGPT. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Ken. This is Nice Guy.
Hey.
Put me down for Blaney.
Number 12. Nice Guy has number 12 for Atlanta. Okay. It's in the book.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for calling. So that's a couple for Blaney. Is that right? Yeah, 2 for Blaney so far, 2 for Chase Elliott, 2 for Kyle Larson, and we have a 22, we have an 8, and we have a 45. Those are the picks to this point. Phone lines open. There's the number, the email address, kechols47@gmail.com. This one says, Ken, oh gosh. This says, Ken, what are some of the other names you've used on the radio? Well, the reason you abandon a name in radio is because it becomes an embarrassment to you and a stain on your reputation. So I'm certainly not going to tell you any of my old names because none of them would reflect well on me. That would sort of defeat the purpose of shedding a name, wouldn't it? So don't ever ask a radio guy what his name used to be. He has good reasons for not telling you. So there. Ken, my forecast says 5 inches of snow. All right. Thank you, emailer. And I acknowledge that. As I say, there are some forecasts that say 3 to 5 inches, but not all of them. If I was going to hope for something, well, I've already gotten my wish. My wish is no freezing rain, and the forecast seems to have gone my way on that. Other than that, I probably would prefer 3 inches to 5 inches. I think 3 inches is a nice amount of snow to get. It's enough so you go out and you look out the window and you can obviously see that you've had snow if you've got 3 inches. And yet, with 3 inches, it's probably not going to still be laying there a week from now, causing problems. So if it was up to me, if I had like a dial here, I could dial up the amount of snow that we would get. I would personally dial up 3 inches. Others may disagree, but that's what I would like to have. And pretty soon we'll know, won't we? Yes, we'll know. Ken, did you hear about that person in Charlotte that jumped out of an airplane and got stuck on the side of a building? What's that all about? I don't know. I honestly don't know what that is all about. Yeah, I heard about it. I presume the parachutist jumped out of an airplane, although the last I heard, the guy hasn't actually said where he jumped from. He got caught on this building downtown, and somebody called 911. Then the police came out there and looked for him and couldn't find him at first because there was some confusion. I guess the 911 caller, somehow there was confusion on exactly where the parachutist was hanging in downtown, and they were apparently looking in the wrong place for him. But they kept looking, and finally they spotted him hanging way up in the air on the side of a building. That's the kind of thing that the police really view as a nuisance. And it is. I mean, it is a nuisance for the police. So somebody had to go up there and get him loose without dropping him, of course. But they accomplished that and took him into custody. Because I'm sure there's probably any number of laws and ordinances that he violated. But the last I read, he was not saying. They said, well, man, where did you come from? And he didn't say. So I don't know if he's still playing that game or what he's doing. You're probably right. I assume, emailer, that you are correct, and I assume that he jumped out of an airplane, because that's probably the most reasonable and convenient way to get hung on the side of a skyscraper in a parachute is to jump out of an airplane. But I don't know if he's said so yet. We'll all wait for more advances in that very important and breaking story. Ken, speaking of Daytona, which we were, although this is not a sports talk show, I remind you of that. Speaking of Daytona, have you ever seen anything like that wreck where Ryan Preece did like a 10-second wheelie and then flipped over? That was really a thing. Yeah, that was really a thing, wasn't it? No, I've not seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. And it was Denny Hamlin. I don't know if you saw this or not. Denny Hamlin had a lot to say about that after the race. He said that NASCAR has to do more to stop things like that from happening. And of course, that's why, initially, way back in the day, that's why the catch fencing came to be the way it is. And that's why restrictor plates came to exist at Talladega and Daytona. And that's why roof flaps came along on cars to try to stop stuff like that from happening. But clearly there is still an issue. The roof flaps work fine if the car is oriented a certain way. But when a car gets oriented the way that one was, sideways, and it was one of the announcers kept talking about this, when it's oriented sideways the way that was and off the ground, the roof flaps really don't come into play because the angle of the wind is not right. So anyhow, Denny Hamlin was quite outspoken after the race, saying that NASCAR needs to fix that, to stop that from happening. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Ken.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Did you see my man ride that wall?
I saw your man. Yeah, I saw your man finish first, too. So you're in first place.
Yes, indeed. He rode that wall. He didn't do like them other guys I've been picking. I had to change up some, Ken.
Yeah, this time they decided to touch the wall instead of driving headlong into it.
I know it, but I know. Did you hear Charles making those remarks on your show earlier?
Which remarks? Which remarks were those?
Talking about he coming. He want everybody to look over the shoulder.
Oh yeah, Charles did have that something to say about that. Do you have a response?
Well, you let him know it's just two men that I fear as Charles from Danville and Elon Musk.
Well, let's hope they never get together.
I do. I don't know. but look, Ken, this what is going on now with this Social Security thing? And they want to look into it and get all private information about 6 million dead people collecting Social Security and all of that.
Well,
what's going on with that?
What's going on is probably not what people are reading about in the news exactly. There's a thing with the Social Security computer system. For one thing, it runs on an operating system that is 60 years old, COBOL.
Yeah.
Now, the way that is set up, if there is a record in the system that does not have a birth date in a specific place on the record, that defaults. And I don't know why they set it up this way, but they set it up this way a long time ago. If the birth date is not specifically shown in a particular spot in the record, the birth date defaults to 1875. Now, that sounds crazy, but that's something. There's an international consortium that sets up standards for computer operations, and they chose 1875 as the default date. So if you have that default date in your record, then that's going to show that you're 150 years old. But the truth is, your actual birth date is somewhere else in your records. The Social Security Administration does not believe that you're 150 years old because there are a lot of places where your birth date is entered. And that's something people need to understand when they hear this stuff.
Yeah. Well, look, if in that case, if they run across that, will they delete that particular person Social Security checks? How would they address that? Or will they just look and try to inquire the correct date?
All right. Well, first of all, the thing to mention there is Social Security automatically cuts off checks if you reach the age of 115. Automatic. Nobody has to do anything. It automatically cuts off checks. So somebody with an age date of 150 would not be eligible to receive checks anyway, because the cutoff is 115.
Yeah. Well, look like we got some guidelines in places and everything and all like that. And one of his campaign statements, he was not touching Social Security, And so, but that makes a lot of people nervous when they go and all this our personal information is going to be everywhere if they keep all this up,
Well, it's always a risk. I mean, it is always a risk when more people have access to things like your Social Security number and all of that. You really don't want a lot of people having that unless it's something they really need. So I really hope that Mr. Musk's people will not be getting access to everybody's Social Security number, and I don't think they have at this point, and I hope that they won't.
Well, and see, Ken, that allows a lot of opportunity for hackers. The more you put their Social Security numbers all over the place, and one thing about it too, by eliminating the Consumer Protection Agency, we will have a more difficult time fighting these banks and corporations when these things occur now, as far as people, using our numbers and stuff like that. Don't you think?
Well, that is a resource that has been helpful to people over the years. And if that resource is no longer there, then obviously it won't be available. So I don't know what's going to happen with that.
Right. All right, Ken. Well, look, I'm going out on a limb this time, and I'm going to pick somebody that's not that predestined or nothing like that. I'm going to give Charles a chance.
Okay.
And let me have number 11, please.
Number 11, Denny Hamlin. It's in the book.
Yeah.
In the book.
Let me try him.
Okay.
All right, Ken. Enjoy your show. Thanks.
Thanks for calling. Good to hear from you. And Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please. Hello.
Hey.
Hey. Hey.
Are we on the air?
You are on the air.
Oh, I didn't know. You answered weird. You didn't say go ahead, caller.
I thought I did. Well, hang on.
You know-
I'll hang on. I'll say it now.
Right.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, sir.
You're on the air.
Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good to hear from you. Oh, I was doing all right, but I got over that. I sure did.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I was too. Man, I've had the flu since Thursday.
Oh, you got the flu. Oh man, that's
Well,
bad.
no, I'm over it now. I got a little bit of cough left, not much at all. Kind of like normal with my COPD, but I really thought Saturday night I was going to die, and really didn't care if I did.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I had like 2 pounds of briars in my chest.
Oh, I'm sorry you went through that.
Yeah, and I couldn't breathe and all of that crazy mess. My onion syrup helped and honey helped more than anything.
Good.
But I called my doctor on yesterday, and he called me in 3 prescriptions, prednisone and an antibiotic, and one I didn't need, a cough expectorant. I've already got that kind of stuff. But and today I feel good. I mean, I've not eaten anything in 3 days or 3.5 days, but I had a boiled egg today, but it's about all I eat any time. I eat last night, the first time, 2 oatmeal cream pies. Me and my dog had a couple.
Can't go wrong with an oatmeal cream pie.
I tell you what, I savored that flavor, Ken. It tasted so good. First thing I tasted in 3 days.
Well,
it was like
56, I think 56 people have died from the flu in North Carolina so far.
Yeah,
so I'm glad you got over it.
Me too. There's a guy in Reedsville that a friend of mine knows. A friend that knows him, the one gave me the flu. And anyway, he had to shut his whole entire business down because everybody in there had the flu.
Man, that's bad. Well,
I don't know how big his business was, but that's what he had to do.
Well, I got my flu shot. So far, I'm good.
Yeah, well, I got over it real easy. I take 10 vitamins every morning, zinc and magnesium and B12 and D3 and a multivitamin, flaxseed oil, there's several more, and vitamin C, vitamin E, and D3, and all of that will keep COVID out of your body. And all of that is what made me get over this so quick when I was so sick.
All right. Well, I'm glad it worked.
Prayers, and lots of prayers from Facebook friends, and
that helps too.
Oh, it always helps. Hey, I want to tell the Liberal, Mr. Liberal, that I'm really sorry that Roland's sick, and I hope that squeezing on his thumb can give him some wind relief when he needs it real quick. That's the easy way to do it.
Okay,
and
good.
Yeah, it really is. And I'd like to tell him also.
Oh, just gonna say, I saw that link you sent me about squeezing on the thumb.
Yeah, now squeezing in the middle, I tried that. That's a waste of time. Just on each side's all you got to do. And you ain't got to squeeze it hard. Just put pressure downward, right at the base of the thumbnail on each side with your opposite thumb and forefinger.
Right. I understand.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think I know how to do it when I need to.
Yeah. I want to also tell him that our friend Roger Ragland, he's got a pacemaker and had one a long time too, but he's doing okay. He used to do some engine work for the Liberal, and do you remember many years ago when they said there's no gold in Fort Knox?
Oh, I've been hearing that a long time.
Well, yeah, I don't know where it went. We got rid of it. We just print it. We don't have nothing to back it up.
I don't know. I mean, you can't go in Fort Knox. I don't know what's in there.
Oh, it's being open. It's being open right now.
Tonight?
Doge is in there.
Oh, they're in there now?
He's opening the door to show the people. He's going to try to televise it live, walking inside. They used to keep morphine in there. They kept a whole lot of things like that, like for military reasons. But I've always known for 20 years ain't no gold in Fort Knox.
Well, again, I've been hearing that forever.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Did you know that so far Elon has saved us, y'all taxpayers, $55 billion.
Well, okay. That sounds good.
Yep. Well, that's taxpayer money that went to stuff that was not worth going to, in the administration's opinion.
Right.
And my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, I just thought
ultimately it'll be the Supreme Court's opinion, I expect, that'll make the big difference.
Probably so. I wouldn't doubt it. All right, Ken, you have a good night, bud.
I'm glad you got better. Thanks for calling.
Oh, me too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that flu is nasty. Glad Mr. Draper got over that. Sorry you had such a hard time with it. It can be a mess. I think I heard another email chime in over here. It says, Ken, I think that ChatGPT ought to be able to go ahead and be in the contest if he, she, or it wants to. What are we supposed to call it? It? I don't know. I don't think it has stated its pronouns. I don't believe. Anyway, I think ChatGPT ought to be in the contest if he, she, or it wants to. I think it'll be interesting to see how well it can do against human beings. Well, we'll see. Hello, caller. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Ken. How are you tonight?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I think I got about 5 minutes here. I was listening to him talking about that COPD.
Yeah.
And he had the flu and whatnot. So I tell you what, Ken, I got it. I tell you, I got that old COPD. But I guess I was with Dr. David Smith here in Danville when I first got it. And like right now, one of my lungs on the left side is in critical condition. It's boom. So, but he turned me over to Dr. Algani. So Dr. Algani, he's a specialist.
Right.
And I tell you, even now I can walk from my house outside, and it gets worse. It gets worse over time because, like I said, I've been smoking all my life, just about. But and still, he's trying out a different thing with me. I'm taking a shot now. That's the first time I ever heard of it. I'm taking a shot for it, even though I do my trilogy. I do the trilogy too, but he's got me on a needle. It's something like you see how those people like take that shot for the sugar, that thing look like they take it in the stomach, like. Well, that's the way this thing looks. This is the way that shot looks like. I take it in my arm, or I have to switch up in different places. But I have to take that shot every other week. Like I took it last Tuesday, and then I got to go back again Tuesday after next and take it again. But I've taken it. This makes the third time I done took it so far. Waiting to see
what is the name of that? What medicine is that? What is it?
And before I called you, I was trying to think of the name of it because one of the deacons at my church, I gave him my package so he could try it. And I forget it's what's the name of it? Duraxin, or something like that.
Okay.
Something like, yes. And so he's trying that out right there. So I'm kind of scared to say, well, if I'm breathing any better or not, but I think I am. I believe I am because I think I can walk a little farther without giving out a breath. But this, like I said, this is the third shot I done took. And They're supposed to have CVS supposed to deliver it to me in the mail. By the mail. On my next shot, when I get in there, I have to go there to them and take the shot until I can they get comfortable with me that I can do it on my own. I'll be able to do it at home.
Yeah.
I do it myself. Yeah. It's a little small pen on the. It's a little small pen on the end. It's not like a long pen needle. It's a little small pen. You just take it and put it on your arm and you go tick, like you're testing your blood sample or something.
Oh yeah, well you can do that. I'll tell you, I had to give myself injections for a little while. After my first heart surgery, I had to give myself injections. I didn't think I could do it, but after a couple of times, it got easy.
Ooh. Well, Ken, see, you working with a needle right there, right?
But yeah, it wasn't a syringe.
Right, I can't do no. There's two things. I can't stand a tooth pull, and I can't stand a needle.
So you just got like a little cartridge where you push a button on it.
Exactly. You just take it and put it on your arm right there, and you just go tick and just hold it on there until all that medicine comes out into your arm. Mm-hmm.
Oh well, yeah, you can do that.
I'm trying that out right there now. I'm gonna keep in touch with you, and I'm gonna let you know how this thing going here.
Well, we are out of time. I hope that goes well. I thank you for calling.
Okay, Ken. You have a good night. Thanks for taking my call.
Good night. That's all the time we have for tonight. We're on the air Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. I hope you'll join us next time. Thanks for watching. I'm Ken Eccles.